Yo, time is 8:23 a.m. I've just been playing, why's my mic so quiet? What the fuck? Just been playing, Garry's Mod with Hyson. I don't know why my mic's so quiet. I'm gonna unplug it and plug it back in again. Alright, is that better? Not really. What the fuck? I'm talking loudly, bro. Is it... It's still quiet. I don't know why the mic's not working properly. It's at like minus 40 or minus 35 instead of like fucking minus 30, minus 25. It's like 10 down. What's this guy's name? Sam. Bro, why is my... Okay, it's still quiet. What the fuck? Shitty ass mic. Fucking Kmart ass headphones. Is that literally from fucking Kmart? Why'd my music cut out? Someone changed their name. Hmm? I can't see. Yo, I can't get out. Is fiesta related to the word fest? Like, in English? Fest. Like, party? This stuff is so good, bro. What is this, like hardcore rap? Or like dark or something? Shadow? I don't know. And the cool thing about those is you can like buy merch and stuff and then you like represent it. And I had something stuck in my eye for like, it was so bad. You just gotta stop rubbing it and just like blink a lot and eventually it goes away. Holy shit, it was uncomfortable. I literally couldn't do anything else. It was so uncomfortable. It's like painful. I'm gonna make some eggs with cheese, melted cheese on top. It's a good way to get vitamin D because I don't really get sunlight much. I kind of like spend all my time indoors. I go for a walk well, at night time. Sometimes early in the morning. I'm not really a fan of daylight. It's like, I don't like it. Nighttime is so much better, bro. This is fun. I love a packed server, bro. This is so good. Reminds me of 2016. And Olio, god damn, to go back just for a couple days and experience it again. It was a different time back then, bro. Different culture. And these games used to be packed. This is so rare. This is like, it never happens. That's insane, bro. Man, fucking revival. Who would have thought? Just random. There's usually barely anyone on. Oh. Don't worry. I didn't like much. It was just an Uber Eats email. Thanks for your order. Yo, these songs are bangers, bro. I'm so glad to have found this shit. I've been looking for stuff for ages. Maybe I'll get sick of it, but I mean, it seems pretty good at least for now. I do have a tendency to get sick of. I don't get sick of everything, but some things I do. You know, like Post Malone. I can't even listen to that shit anymore. I totally used to like all that. It sounds bad to me now. Bad to me now. Hasten, brother. Brother. I wish my city were better, bro. This place sucks. There needs to be more stuff open at nighttime. There are like 4 stores open. Jesus, on Uber Eats, like, I live near the center of the city as well. I live on the outskirts of the central city. It's not that far away. It's like a 15-minute drive. Yo, get out of the way. You fucking prop trapped me, bro. Cornelius Hubert. No way the god is here. Cornelius Hubert. Yo, the law. That meme was so good when it came out, and it's like, did you know? It's like a fucking did you know? And this is like the etymology. This is the origin of the name. It's named after this fucking guy. That's crazy, bro. Honestly. I actually do have a better mic headset that I could use, but I don't know. I don't want to mess things up. The fuck is El Granny Shooter? It's just Granny Shooter, right? Where's Charlie Inferno? I should add my old, fucking profile to my account, bro. I made it myself, it was sick. It was cool as hell. It was cool as hell. Anyway. We had to quit video games for a while, and then we kind of having... I hope I have, like, a renaissance or something. That's how I like to think about things. Dark Ages. I hope the Dark Ages are kind of past. The Dark Ages when I was, like, shut off. Cut off. I wouldn't even chat, I wouldn't comment, I was too, like, scared. So I had a very narrow life. I did a lot of research and a lot of interesting stuff, but it was pretty, like, isolating. That lasted from, like, from, like, mid-2019 till, like, 24, bro. Literally. And, I mean, I only started streaming, like, what, like 8+ months ago? What? How have I not heard this genre before? This is like fucking underground or something. Maybe that's kind of the point. You don't hear it unless you seek it out. Like, I hope this is finally something new and good that I can have for a long time, like K-pop was when I first listened to it. When I first got into it properly, you know? Yo. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. How does she come up with these ideas, bro? Okay. Where's she at? I'm doing pretty well for only 5 hours of sleep. Bro, voice chatting with those two girls gave me so much anxiety, it's crazy. I always forget that that happens, because I, like, just don't interact with people I don't really know for, like, long periods of time. I'm fine in, like, stores and stuff, because it's, like, transactional. You know, I don't sweat it, because it's, like, I don't care. I'm not gonna see these people again. I don't really give a shit what they think about me. I don't know. It's like chatting with people socially can be intimidating when it's like over voice call. I feel like I always like your mind goes blank. It's just this issue that I've got. I think it's because I have low experience, and so it like causes like a fear response. Right? I didn't used to get that with like friends, but I do get it with people I've never talked to before. It would seem a bit intimidating and stuff, you know. Didn't Volta say it's like 14? That's funny. Jason's brother. This guy's on mic. I should listen to him. What is who sings? Who was "Cry for Me" by, bro? Does he mean Twice? I bet he doesn't mean Twice. Maybe he muted me. So great that Spotify exists, bro. I know that they pay artists like shit, but I mean, it is really, really useful as like a fucking consumer, you know? Okay. Let me listen to this guy. What does he sound like? Oh shit, that's loud. This fucking Paul that keeps wasting us. Motherfucker's got 54 minutes. That's crazy, bro. Yo, this is Peg. Holy shit, the instrumental's so good. Boom, boom, boom. I think she's wrong, right? Yeah, it's midday. Isn't music so interesting? Like, how did people come up with this shit and be like, oh yeah, that's like cool? Like, what? Who came up with. Yo. Yo. Yo, look at this goated guy who's potting these up. This guy's goated. That's just peak, bro. Oh, this is peak. What is that? Uh, I like Garry's more because it's kind of like anarchy, which is cool. It's always been like this, like the freedom, you know? You can do like anything on it. The fuck is mushy? Who are these random ass players I've never heard of before? Who the fuck is mushy? They just inventing players. They're really just inventing players. Fucking nod. Called the Aboriginal people have their own flag. Imagine if they made imagine if they made a flag for white people. Imagine how lame that would be. Probably exists. That's so lame. Like how they made a straight pride flag, and it's just the lamest shit ever. It's so boring, it's just black and white. Why would you fly that? That's funny. Baby, I'm praying on you tonight. Eat you down, eat you alive. Just like animals, animals, like animals, moles. I feel like some eggs, bro. Cook them, man. That's awful. Cook them, man. Some fucking eggs. That movie's so harsh, bro. It's actually really good, though. Like, it's really good for, like, a New Zealand movie. It's good in general, but it's impressive that it came out of this country. Of course it's Maori, though, because, like, the white stuff's boring. Literally, the only interesting stuff that comes out of this place is, like, representing marginalized groups, not the majority. The majority in New Zealand is boring as fuck. They're so lame. Like, that's fine, but, you know, neo-Nazi furries. Xenograd, she must live there or something. How big is this place? Where is this? Interesting. I was thinking, I couldn't remember exactly. It is on the Black Sea. So is, Romania. That's crazy how Europe has so many countries with all these different people in it. It's like, damn. Because I'm familiar with the Anglosphere, where it's like, we just speak the same language, pretty much. Similar culture. This guy says, free Israel. Shut the fuck up, you loser. Free Israel from what? Free... Damn, this music is good shit. I actually listened to Harper before, but just some of the, like, TikTok popular kind of songs. I like the thumbnails sometimes. Not, what are they called? Artist. I don't know what they're called. Album covers. Fuck. Thumbnails. I don't know. Who the fuck is Crisp Sunrise? I think the GDR is so interesting, bro. Like, it's a Western country which had communist leadership. I mean, it was Stalinism, which is pretty shit, but it's still really interesting regardless. Holy shit, I think people are just screaming in the chat. I've got it really quiet. Yo, fucking, what's this guy's name? Brian Griffin? Who gave him a tag, bro? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey. Holy shit, bro. Who made this? That's crazy. Oh my god, bro. He even stuck one behind the first one. So it's like he's getting fucked. That's crazy, bro. Holy shit. There's people literally fucking screaming and putting air rape on in the mics. The fuck is that? What this is? What's this? Is a cartoon character or something, right? What is this place? Yeah, it really is a hardware store. That's crazy. How interesting. Wow, Hasten killed me. That's not nice. Who is this character? uh, what? Oh, the door's closed. Oh, no, let me in. Uh, oh, that's not her. Oops. That was the same skin. Who the fuck is 21? 21, can you do something for me? "21, can you do something for me?" I don't even remember what the next lyric is. Fucking Drake, bro. 21, can you do something for me? Shit is gay. It's no wonder people say he's gay, bro. He doesn't do anything to, like, counter the allegations. That's not, technically it's effeminate, not gay, but it is kind of gay when he's talking to a guy like that. Maybe it is more gay than effeminate. Yo, let me save that last song. Okay, I did. That's not them. But that someone else? No. I wonder what the Aboriginal flag represents. It's a pretty cool looking flag. I like the circle in the center. I like the whole design actually. Maori flag's cool as well. I can kinda like tiny bit claim that. I tried to apply to one of my AWE and they didn't let me in. Like, they just didn't let me in. I'm not in it. I tried to apply to one. I've got two. I tried to apply to one of them. They wouldn't let me in. The other one let me in. The other one hasn't even done their fucking negotiations yet because it's so big. I feel like I'm like so distant. It's kind of like, and I'm not like that badly off. I feel like I'd be like, technically it's my right because it's like a blood thing, but it also seems kind of shitty if I was to like get paid out and stuff. Yo, get off. I mean, I think it's cool though. I want to go to the Marae and stuff with... Oh no, this guy's just made it worse. It keeps getting worse. This is insane. Now there's a guy sitting on the end of it. That's crazy. I guess I'll just keep staying up. Pain on cave and weird ass now. Hey, yo. Double A, you retarded hardware store. How many props do these guys have? 91 out of 100. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Ride with me all night. Dun, 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 dun. Isn't it funny how people defend Michael Jackson, like, when the allegations are, like, well evidenced? That he was, like, kind of doing weird stuff with kids. It's at least weird if it wasn't illegal. Like, it's at least weird. Why would you do that shit? And they're like making up reasons like, oh, he didn't have a great childhood. Like, or maybe he had other reasons for doing it, you know? Like, that's not unthinkable, you know? And he was a powerful person, so we could get away with stuff like that. But are we gonna take a totally uncritical view and say, oh no, that was fine? That's crazy, bro. Not just minors, like kids, bro. What the fuck? Shit's crazy. Now they got major motion picture and they just ignore it. The fuck? Whitewashes whole legacy. I thought that was the reason why they didn't play Michael Jackson on radio stations anymore, was because of that stuff. Let's hasten out. No, this guy's got great flags. Who killed me, bro? What the fuck? Secret Service. Yo. Holy guacamole. She quit? Is she even still here? Oh, she's dead. She's probably AFK. Oh, she's not. I wish I could buy fried eggs, you know? But nobody sells them. Oh, that wasn't very nice. Yippee! Bro, Lego Batman looks so good. Like, it's got all these references and shit. What the fuck? I'm seeing people play it in clips on TikTok. It looks like pig. It's $120 though. Those Lego games were always so sick. They were kind of hard sometimes, but I'm sure they've improved the difficulty now. Imagine if I had a car and I could play this shit. If I could drive. I could go out to these car mates and play it. That'd be sick. So I'm gonna be some loser who stays at home in his room all day. I could just buy a car and drive without a license, but that's probably not a very good idea, to be honest. It's sad that so many of the, like, pillars of freedom are things that people like me just can't have. You know? It's, well, I want to say it's not really anyone's fault, but I mean, it kind of is. It's like society doesn't give a shit, you know? You want to build? No. This. Oh shit. What the fuck? How did that happen? What is happening? Oh shit, someone got banned. No. That's crazy. This is sick. There's so many people online. Damn. How many people are on, bro? Can't even count. There's so many. What other ones do I have? Yo, stop hogging the chair, bro. Oh, I can't wait to have my eggs. Got a nice little non-stick pan that I use. I crack 4 eggs into a cup and put them into the pan, so you don't get shell. I know I've got other ones, bro. What is this? Why is he smoking? Why does he have like the fucking smug face? Oh shit, I gotta add them in order. Who's killing me? Oh my god, stop. Oh, I'm stuck. Holy shit, this is funny. They turn him into a boss battle. Oh fuck. Press the wrong button. Must have pressed F11 or something. Come on. Bro, I should really unbind that close game button. Why does it exist? Why is there a button in Garry's Mod that you press? What the fuck? They just banned everyone for 15 minutes. Bro, no way. Why would they do that, bro? We're gonna lose heaps of players now. It's kind of funny, but like... Kinda like this guy. What's his name? One and only. 3 million. Well, he's not niche. But that's fine. Bro, what the fuck? Am I the only person who's not banned? I don't add songs that have got like notification sounds on them. 'Cause it's annoying. Bro, people think they're banned. Why would they do that? There was so many people online, bro. That's not even funny. Now nobody's here. Crazy shit. Crazy shit, bro. Bro, why is my fucking mic so quiet? Like I'm talking and it only gets to like minus 35 at loudest. Bro, she's not even gonna join back. Maybe I should go make my eggs now. I was having fun. She was being fun. Way more fun than GTA, holy shit. Did I realize that I only play that because I want to interact with people and they're always online? It's not because I actually like them or anything. These GTA players, I don't like them. They're pieces of shit. A lot of people on GTA are pieces of shit. I've only met like a couple nice people. I guess the guys I was playing with and like later today were alright. They're okay. It's interesting asking them questions and stuff. Hello. Hello. Oh, he can't see me. He's in this thing. Oh man, way to kill the server, bro. Everyone thinks they're banned now. I wonder if I have a page on the Gary's Mod Sandbox wiki. I'm on the leaderboard. I'm on the sandbox board. Yeah, I was one of those guys. Um, prepare myself some more stuff. No, I'm just on here. What? I was 67 a couple weeks ago. That's crazy. Damn, I've been way overtaken. What the fuck? I was here just a couple weeks ago. Damn, I've gone down. That's crazy, bro. Holy shit. That's a long time though. 314 hours. Holy shit. One server. It's kind of the only one I play, to be honest. Ah, she's not coming back. Well, maybe I'll go cook some eggs. She's not here. They're doing Mario Kart. That's crazy, bro. They got the music playing. This is the fucking guy. This is the guy. That's insane, bro. How they set this shit up while I was making food. I should do, Jackbox on Twitch. I will live stream again. I just, like, don't feel like it a lot of the time. Maybe I'll make it like a special event thing, you know? It'll be, like, intentional rather than just streaming everything. Holy shit, this is sick. This is so cool. It's got the sound effects and everything. Hey, yo, what's the man say candy on it? Hey, yo. That's crazy, bro. Not the Fred wagon. Cheese and eggs is such a good combination, bro. You melt the cheese on top of the eggs. Tasty. Protein and fat. They say, in China, when someone's homeless, they send them back to their hometown. What if the city that they're already in, that they're homeless in, is their hometown? What do they do then? Give them public housing? I think China does a pretty good job for the stage of development it's in, and their rise has been fucking meteoric, bro. Rapid and, like, extreme. It's great. Yeah, it's a Minecraft pig. I thought that was like the guy riding on a cloud that's filming everything. I feel like listening to Call Me Maybe. Call Me Maybe. And she left. Damn, I was gonna play for a bit longer with her, but I might actually get off soon. What is this place? What is this place? I think there was too much cheese. There was a girl I liked when I was like 11, last year of primary school. She liked Shell Lloyd. How did the song go? Come on, I got it. I know I have it. What was the song? What was one of those songs? I want you back, want you back, want you back. I like that stuff, bro. So positive. Things went to shit after, like, you know, certain period. Cher Lloyd, want you back. There it is. Isn't she from the UK or something? She is English. She sounds American when she sings though. I remember like all of the like past girls I used to be interested in, to be honest. It's probably a weird thing. I don't know. It's just something that matters to me, I guess. Kind of like defines my life for a period. She's probably on Ravens, bro. Whoops. You got me like this. The only time I've checked Ravens, it was dead, bro. Like, it had 0 players. It's dead now as well. Why is she always talking about that place? Nobody plays it as far as I'm aware. And now you're doing that with her? You got me like this. Someone just shut up, retard. Ah, they banned him. What was this one? Oath. No, that's not a. What are her top songs? She's still making music? What the fuck? She's still making music and it got like no listens. Oh, 500,000. Wow, that's not terrible. How does she look these days? I don't want to get copyrighted, but whatever. Oh, I'll turn the screen off. Sorry, guys. So I can see. When did this come out? It was like 2012 or 2011. That was, what, like 15 years ago? This song sucks. So, that's super mad, bro. Guess she had her time. That's an awful thing to say. Okay. Oh, she did one featuring Becky G. Now that's crazy. Fucking crossover, bro. Damn. I don't remember. I didn't really have internet and shit back then. Well, we kind of did, but at the same time didn't. Style back then was so good, bro. I don't like modern days very much. They need to bring this shit back. Shit was good. This is a good song. They got away in the music video. No, that's crazy. Just Dance? I did Just Dance at a girl's party once. It's the only girl's party I've ever been invited to. Bro, insane. She invited like all the guys in our year, and only me and this other guy went. And he was like, "Holy shit! I'm so glad that another guy came." And I was like, "Damn." We circled the block once because I was like, "Fuck, there's not gonna be another guy there. There's gonna be all girls and no guys." I was like 14 or something. I'm surprised they even went. Like, I just kind of did shit back then. Like, if I got invited, I'd just go. I just kind of did shit, you know? Did I get her a present? Maybe there was a no presents thing. I don't know. I can't even remember. I know we did a lot of, like, interesting activities. It was pretty fun. Yeah, she was cool. But her and her friend moved away, like, the next year. Sucked. Well, because the schools were shut, so they went to more liberal schools. Never saw them again. And I actually liked her friend, and she liked me. And we were kind of like, I guess, getting close together, and then she left at the end of the year. She moved. I think she's in a relationship now, obviously. Is that a bad ending? I guess it kind of is, but it's not like really anyone's fault, I guess. I'm sure she's still a fine person. I didn't have any issues with her, you know? It wasn't like the relationship collapsed. She just moved away at the end of the year. Not like this other girl who moved away and I tried to message her and she won't even reply to me. Nah, this girl who moved away, the first one, she actually messaged me like a couple years later and I was like, just gave her like basic ass responses. I was kind of stupid. I was kind of stupid back then, you know? I bet. Socially. Like, if they weren't obvious, I couldn't really tell, like, what they would, like, Yeah, when someone reaches out to you out of the blue, it's probably because they got like some issues and stuff, right? Maybe that wasn't the case, but the point is like they want to reconnect with you and stuff, and I would kind of just like, I think I've had that happen like 2 or 3 times. One time recently, I didn't reply because I was like shortly into sickness and like life was like terrible, and I didn't know how to like talk about it with people. So I just kind of like ignored the message, which was really shitty, but I didn't know what to do, you know? I didn't know how to tell people. He's like so positive in his message, like so unaware that like my life has been like destroyed and it's like permanent. You know, I didn't want to be like telling him all these terrible things that have happened, you know? Um, but the other two, the other earlier ones, they messaged me and I was like, would just give them like basic responses and not ask them any questions. It's like what happens to me on chatting apps a lot. Um, no, but like, cause I only learned like years later, like this girl had like issues in her life and stuff. I didn't know. I didn't know because nobody told me. Nobody told me, right? Like, how was I supposed to know? People would just keep stuff from me. Crazy. Maybe she thought it wouldn't work because of that. Probably. I was like, you know, one of these like perfect style act like you got no issues and be like super nice to everyone and all that. That's what I was like in like intermediate. That's what I was like basically all of growing up actually until I got sick. Was just be really nice to everyone pretty much and be like the ideal essentially as much as possible. That's what I tried to do. I tried to live up to people's expectations as much as possible and be a people pleaser and all of that because that's what my parents taught me to do. You know, because they get extremely angry and stuff if you like didn't do what they wanted you to do. So that kind of and the school reinforces that to a degree. So that's what I was like. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, she was a nice girl. Guess that's how it is when you're young, though. Like, if people aren't at your school, you kind of just lose contact with them. I don't even know what school they ended up going to be honest. I don't even know. Talk about fumble, bro. Don't even tell me about it. My life leading up to sickness is like, just, it's not like, well, I had anxiety, that's one thing. I'm not gonna lie, that was a heavy influence. But at the same time, we weren't allowed to have girlfriends, so still, so many fumbles, bro. I had girls who liked me, and I liked them back, and I didn't do anything. Because my parents didn't want me in relationships. Their parents probably didn't, but even if their parents did, like, the school wouldn't allow it. And they would punish you for it. Like, you could get expelled. That was like a rule, no relationships. It's fucking bullshit. I don't even know where one of these girls, the girl that I got invited to the party of, who was a friend of the girl that I liked, who both moved away in the same at the end of the same year. Um, I think one of them moved to the school that we all ended up going to next, which was another Christian school. Well, pretty much all of us went there. Um, but then when we moved there, she wasn't there, so she must have moved to somewhere else after that. I don't even know. You just lose contact with these people. It's weird. I could try reconnecting with people, but I don't know. Like, if they would still like me for like, you think like would people who liked you in the past, are they still gonna like you if you're a different kind of person now, or will they just expect you to act the way you used to, and will you like feel compelled to do so for like consistency? You know, this like plague of consistency, right? It's like you like I gotta like act how I used to act around them. I don't want to do that. It's kind of partly and a bit one of the reasons why I cut off a lot of people I used to be friends with. Well, that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was they were toxic. But um, yo, why is my mic so quiet? That's fucking crazy, bro. Um, yeah, I mean, because when you're around them, you feel like you have to act like you used to act. But they were toxic though, so this is 30th, right? 30th V3. Maybe Hyson was getting off anyway. I don't know. She on? No, she is not. Isn't it so lame how so many of these GTA players are just mean? Like, we could be friends and they just don't want to be. Like, they just don't want friends. I would like to have friends. I would like to be friendly and make friends with people. But these GTA players don't want friends. Like, that's beside the point. Like, they just enjoy bullying people and shit. What is this? Um... Fucking fumble, bro. Oh well. You just gotta increase your opportunities, basically, and like, actually try not to ruin it. Unless it's, like, beyond repair. Oh, why's my stomach hurt? Hmm. Yeah. It would have been nice to have had proper relationship experience, you know? Growing up. Like most people in New Zealand have. Like, It's literally solely because I was forced to go to Christian schools. If it weren't for the Christian schooling, I could have had proper relationship experiences. You know? They're like, oh, you gotta wait till you're 18. Hey, guess what? I got sick when I was 17, right? Do you know how limited the opportunities are for sick people to get into relationships? It's like, it almost doesn't exist, okay? How the fuck did he do that? Fuck am I listening to? It's like my life is designed to make me resentful towards certain things, you know? And to make me just fail over and over again a lot. Imagine being 25, living in a Western country and having not had a formal relationship before. That's absurd. Jesus Christ. Could have had them at, like, I could have had a girlfriend at, like, 12. 12, like, at least 12. Like, not at least, but, like, even earlier than that I probably could have if it were allowed by my parents. Fucking bullshit. I wasn't allowed to do anything. Pieces of shit. You know how this is like really fucking obvious? Because the guy who I was friends with, who went to the same school as me in primary, um, when he moved to intermediate, a different intermediate, a public school, and I went to a religious one, he had a girlfriend that year. Like, the first year of intermediate, he had a girlfriend. This is a guy, he was like, didn't actually have lots of girls interested in him, right? To be real, right? I had like a couple of girls interested in me. Well, you imagine how easy it would have been for me. I could have just got into a relationship with one of them, you know? Like, the girl that I was really interested in was interested in me. You know what happened? My parents sent me to another school and everyone else went to the same one. Fucking ruined it. Yeah, I liked a couple of girls. And then, my parents sent me to another school. And they kind of convinced me that I was going to, like a school for people who are, like, academic, like an academic kind of, like, people who are good at, like, academics, you know? Like, smart students. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no. They were not smart schools, they were just religious. They were not, like, intelligent schools. They were just religious schools. It's true that I got in on the basis of having good test scores, because they didn't let many people in, but they were not academically focused schools. There were a lot of retarded students at those schools, bro. A lot of stupid people, and they didn't really care how much effort you put in or how well you did. And actually, the students there, some of the students would harass you for doing well, or they would, like, do it indirectly by, like, excluding you from things because they were resentful. What a fucking joke. Shit was fucked. Great way to ruin things for everyone. Imagine how jaded you get, bro. It's like... Everyone has years of experience over me. I got nothing. I got nothing because first I was deprived of it by systemic issues. Now I've got sickness, which deprives me of opportunities. Oh my god, bro. I could have been a great relationship partner to someone. You know? Like, I was essentially, like, sent backward. Like, the religious schools I was sent to were, like, consistently less liberal, less free than the public school I went to, even at older ages in the religious schools. Bro, why were the religious schools still stricter than the public schools, even when you're, like, comparing, like, 17 to 11? There's a 6-year difference, and they were stricter. That's insane. They make you cut your hair as a guy because you're not allowed to have your hair long. Fucking bullshit. It's insane. Like, what are we... It's like third world country behavior, that shit, bro. Literally, like, third world country behavior. Why the fuck? Like, all they literally did was conservatism. That's all they were good for. Was, like, social conservatism and forcing religion on people. Because that's all they did, right? Oh, and, like, you know, also narrowing the ethnic diversity, because you have to be a Christian to go there by default. Your parents have to be Christians, and a lot of ethnicities aren't Christian. So you actually see a narrower section of the New Zealand population as well. It's not representative. Even though they do a bunch of, like, DEI, like, inclusivity hires, basically, like, of students, they're not that diverse. Like, it was okay, but it was still, like, overwhelmingly white all the time. Honestly. Fucking dystopia, bro. Looks clean on the outside and it's, like, corrupt within. That's what they're like. What the fuck is this? I wonder if the people that went to public school after I left felt bad for me. I'm not even exaggerating, bro. In my class of people, like 30 people, um, literally, like, everyone was going to one school. The area state school. The area public school. Except for me. Me and like one other girl who was going to a different school. There were like only 2 students not going to the same place. I had to make all new friends and it took me years, bro, because these people at the Christian school were fucking shit. And had like strict hierarchies and stuff. And the groups were all established. And hey, guess what? You know, the hierarchy within the group I ended up joining never changed. The people who were at the top when I joined remained in the top, at the top, leading the group, until the end. It never changed. It was never allowed to. They ran everything like a fucking, you know, it was authoritarian. It wasn't an equal group at all. That was trash. As opposed to like being friends with most people at the public schools and like equal relationships. The Christian schools had fucking cliques. Like, it's like how the leadership is really cliquey though. The students were quite cliquey as well. And of course, well, the girls weren't as cliquey. I actually liked one of the girls' kind of groups. But, oh, you can't be friends with girls. It's a Christian school, remember? It's basically segregated. If you're friends with girls, and as a guy in a Christian school, you're either gay, which is bad, or you're getting into a relationship, which is also bad. Or you're acting feminine, which is also bad. Right? What a waste. Wasted my youth in those shitty schools. Literally. Wasted my youth, and then the rest of my youth gets spent dealing with sickness. It's fucked. People act like, oh, you can't, like, feel resentful and shit. It's absurd. Like, this is something that was done to me by other people. I didn't choose this. Like, you can directly point to and blame the people who directly caused the issue. That was my parents, bro. They directly caused it. It was totally unnecessary. If they had done nothing, I would have gone on to the regional school and likely had a better experience. It's fucking bullshit. Christian schools are fucking sheltered as well. Super sheltered. So many of the girls are married now, it's crazy. This is like some Christian girl thing to do, they'll get married. My mother said this awful fucking thing, she's like, oh, it's because I want to have sex. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck? Imagine being a woman and saying that shit. What the fuck? She doesn't even know them. Like, she literally just said that when I brought it up. It's crazy. She's the big time Christian, right? Imagine thinking like that. That's disgusting, bro. What the fuck? No, I'm not like anti-sex, but like, that's crazy. Why would you say that? What the fuck? I don't think that's what most of the girls I went to school with were like. I think I knew them reasonably well. I don't think they're just getting into relationships so they can have sex. What the fuck? Why would you say that? It's like, what the fuck? I didn't say that, obviously, because you can't say that shit to my parents, but it's like, why would you say that shit? It's insane. I mean, Christianity teaches to hate people to hate women, doesn't it? Of course it does. It also teaches people to hate femininity, which is I received a lot of harassment at Christian schools, not just from other students, but from like people in leadership positions for like, oh, you being too feminine. Oh, you need to toughen up, stop being so soft, etc. The New Zealand culture in general does that, but it was definitely worse at Christian schools, which are like, Christian schools is like going back 3 decades minimum, sometimes. That's how it seems a lot. The sex ed was like non-existent. They actually had to get someone else to come in and do it, like an organization person. I think it was like a legal requirement or something. It's fucking bullshit. Bro, the evolution. Oh my god, bro. Um, it sounds kind of shitty, but like it's just my experience. Another negative side of going to religious schools, Christian girls aren't that nice, bro. Like, sometimes they can act nice, but they tend to have pretty bad views on stuff, like, because of their religion influence. That's just my experience with the ones I went to school with. A lot of them aren't that nice, you know? I mean, I I don't want to overgeneralize, but it's a red flag to me, definitely. Like, this is kind of why I don't recontact any of the girls I went to school with that I liked, you know, except one, but that was kind of different. I don't recontact them because it's like, it's a red flag. Oh, totally. Right, I think of things like, are they gonna want to send kids, like my kids, our kids, and if we were in a relationship and got to that point, are they gonna want to like repeat this cycle and send them to Christian schools? Like, there's no fucking way I would let that happen at all. Like, it wouldn't even be an argument. Like, I don't want to get into a relationship where that's at all an option that the person is considering. Seriously. And, just like the religion in general spreads bullshit ideas that people believe. And that's hard to walk around. It's really hard to walk around because they hold a lot of them, especially the women, hold these beliefs really close. Like, it's really important to them. And it's like, I, I, I think it's negatively important. I think it's like actually harmful, most of this shit. Hmm. And there's again the thing of like, they're gonna expect me to act the way I used to act back when I knew people. I gotta get over the anxiety though, that's true. With like meeting people in person and chatting with them over voice. I can do text. Because this is what it does. It's like you have issues with the people you share history with, and then the people you might not have issues with, you don't have shared experiences. Like I can't relate to a lot of people that didn't go through the things that I went through, right? Like I don't know what the public school experience was like. I just know it's more liberal. It's more free. I don't actually know what it's like though. It's like I haven't really generally met a lot of people outside of school, you know? Like, pretty much everyone I've had a close relationship with, or just most of the people I've been around since, most of the people I've been around since, like, I was, like, 11, or 12, no, 12, have been from religious backgrounds, at religious schools that I went to, you know? What do you do? They put you in this situation where you can't relate to other people because you haven't been around them. And the people you can relate to are like pieces of shit in some ways. In some ways. Yeah, what did I get out of all those years? I got a bunch of like failed relationships, which were never allowed to begin. With some of them were really toxic people actually. One of them was really toxic. And what else? Yeah, like I mean, you don't have opportunities to interact with like normal people. right? You grow up and you're like, oh, this is normal now. This is just how things are now. And it's not. It's actually not normal at all. It's actually super uncommon. Why is this lagging out? I imagine that often. It's like one of these major things, which is like, what if I'd not gone to these Christian schools, which had basically only negative impacts on me? I'm not saying that public school wouldn't have been bad. Like, there were bad things happening in public school for sure. Like bullying and fights, you know, people fighting, doing drugs. Like, there were a lot of drugs around, that's true. Like, people would do meth at intermediate. Some people. Um, which, I mean, it's like, I guess it's kind of good that that wasn't, it's obviously good that that wasn't in the Christian schools. But, it's like, if you consider one of the major aspects of school is putting you in relationships with people, building relationships, friends, you know, romantic, otherwise, the majority of people that I was put into contact with as like equals or whatever, pretty much all the guys were toxic or they were religious, and pretty much all the girls were religious. Like, I was in a group of guys that weren't religious but were mostly toxic. And then turns out one of the ones that isn't that toxic is like super religious, which is, it wraps around to being toxic, right? And most of the girls are religious, so I can't just go and like add them when they're not as toxic as the guys were. Like, I feel like I can't even be friends with them because they're like fundamentalists and it gets in the way of everything. That's like what my mother's like. And my parents in general are like narcissists. You can't really have a relationship with them aside from like short, small talk. You can't actually talk about stuff with them because it doesn't, you know, they don't get it, or um, they're just super biased. Hmm. Like, I'm not even saying, like, some of these girls, they're not even, like, bad people, but, like, the religion thing is just, it's a major issue, okay? And it reflects poorly when I say it, because it's like, what, you couldn't be critical of it? You couldn't think critically and say, maybe this isn't so good? Seriously, one of these girls that I liked was so smart, and yet she's religious. Like, like a proper believer, like a fundamentalist. It's just sad. What can I even say? Like, it's just, why does that even happen? Why do I have to be put in this environment where that's a common thing? Like, it's just true that, like, most people are. I didn't actually realize that, you know? I thought that people like her were just culturally religious, culturally Christian, but they weren't, like, actually, like, fundamentalists. This is what I thought about this guy friend who was one of the less toxic ones. I thought, oh, you know, he's a Christian, but he's not like super serious. It's not like the most important thing in his life, you know? He's not like letting it take over everything. No, actually, he was doing that. Actually, he's like extremely religious, and he was just hiding it from everyone until we left school, and then he became more open about it. Like, he basically just led people on and pretended to be someone he wasn't to fit in within the group. And then when he got into another group, he starts being more and more open about how fundamentally religious he is. It's fucking bullshit. We went to the museum, and he's like, "Oh, the dinosaurs aren't real. The mummies aren't real. This is fake." Shut the fuck up, you retard. I can't believe I was friends with this guy for years. I actually considered him one of my best friends. Imagine that, your best friend being an absolute retard. It's fucking crazy. How does this even happen? Talk about being stabbed in the back, bro. That's insane. Like, it's actually crazy. It wasn't the first time he stabbed me in the back either, because I opened up to him about, like, these struggles I was having in my life, and he wasn't supportive at all. He just said, like, "Oh, yeah, that's really bad. That's it." He didn't want to talk to me a lot. It made me feel like I was burdening him. Was not a good friend. Not a good friend, bro. Totally failed. Yeah, I trusted him and he stabbed me in the back twice. First time, he wouldn't support me when I was struggling really bad. He wouldn't actually support outside of a couple, you know, basically just phrases. And, it gave me the impression of like, "Oh, just stop talking about it, I don't want to hear about it." When they kind of just like shut you off. And of course, religious fundamentalist. I mean, I can't fucking. You want me to? I'm not. I don't want anything to do with religious fundamentalists, bro. I don't even think that religious fundamentalism should exist, let alone that people should hold that view. Seriously, what are we doing? What are we doing, bro? It's insane. He got with a more openly religious Christian group from that same school, right? A different group, and he started becoming more open about it. Shit's insane. What a joke, bro. Fucking loser. Can't believe I was friends with him for so long. That's insane, bro. That's how they get you. Because they act all nice. Nice and friendly. Then they stab you in the back. Then they show themselves for who they really are, right? It's probably what they think about me. I don't really care. I had my reasons, right? It's about surviving, I guess. I think I'm a fine person, though. Like, I might have a couple bad views that people could challenge and stuff, but I think I'm generally not a terrible person, right? So, like, my friends from high school, my conventional group, okay? I had my main group that I've been with for ages, right? It was basically a fucking clan at that point. We might as well have been like fucking gangsters, you know? That's how cliquey it was. It was actually like a fucking, because it was like super hierarchical and stuff, and it basically operated as like a gang slash cult, you know? It was quite interesting, but it was pretty toxic. I mean, it was pretty toxic. Um, oh, there's another guy I forget about. I had like, so, three leaders of the group. one middle member that I was friends with, and and three close friends of mine who were more at the bottom of the group. We were below the leaders, basically. Um, that's how the hierarchy worked. Um, the three leaders were all toxic. I cut them off for being toxic. Cut and dry, very obvious, simple, clear. That's how it was. Um, the one middle guy, what do you think happened to him? You know, this is a crazy story. This guy was like big time atheist all throughout school. In Christian school, big time atheist. People knew him as big time atheist. He was like I don't know. He was just a big. He was like an open atheist. People knew him as an atheist. He wasn't like telling everyone all the time, but it was like a known thing that he was an atheist. Guess what happened to him? He leaves school and he becomes ultra religious. He becomes like extremely religious, like right wing Christian. Right wing Christian evangelical fundamentalist. He goes to like fucking Christian groups and this is insane, bro. You wouldn't believe it. It's actually crazy. I couldn't believe it when someone told me that this stuff about him. Him and I were quite good friends. I really liked him and I respected him for having different views, you know, for being critical. Bro, when I say this was the guy who was like criticizing the religious fundamentalists all the time. He was the one talking shit about like, you know, and being like, oh, science and oh, atheism and all that. This was the guy. He was one of these guys who was like open about that stuff when it was risky to do so. He left school, I think went to university at some point. I guess he just lost meaning in his life or some shit like that. Um, Goes to like fucking Christian groups at university, I think, and becomes ultra religious. I think he cut everyone off as well, right? Ultra religious, like he's voting for. Apparent. Someone told me, "Oh, hey, haha, did you know?" At an event I went to, when I was still going to them, when they were actually hosting events, like once a year or whatever, or a couple times a year. Someone was like, "Oh, haha, do you know this guy? He voted for the New Conservative Party, which is like a far right Christian fundamentalist party, based party." That's insane. Like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what? What do you mean he voted for them? Why would he vote for them? Bro literally did like a fucking 180. He literally flipped the whole thing. It's insane. And now he's like married or something. I can't believe these people are real, bro. It's like, it's crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe that these people are real. What else is there? So that was the middle guy who was kind of in the group, kind of out of it. Sometimes the leaders hated him. Sometimes they were the leader's best friend. That's what leadership was like. They were pieces of shit. They, they were, they were really pieces of shit. I can't lie. Only thing they had going for them was like sometimes humor, which is valuable in these parts. But they really were pieces of shit. I don't like any of them, bro. These three that led the group. It was two guys at the top, and one guy who sort of like was a bit below them and enforced law. Oh, there's another guy. There's another guy who was like an ex-friend of mine, who was a friend of one of the leaders of the group, and I went to an event once and he was there, and he shook everyone's hand and left me till last, and then he looked at me with his hand out, and then he put his hand away and he walked away. He didn't shake my hand. Disgusting. That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. He was like that. That's the kind of person he was on the inside. Terrible person, bro. He's studying to become a doctor. What a joke. That guy's gonna... It's gonna be awful. What the fuck? He hasn't changed, I guarantee it. He hasn't changed. Guy's a terrible person. He was resentful because I cut off him and another guy when we were in a 3-person friend group that was really close. Because they came and fucking were disrespectful and pushing my boundaries a lot. Taking advantage of me. Not being respectful at all. Right? You know, coming to my house, messing it up. Messing up my room. Overstaying. All that sort of shit. And continually asking me, oh, can we come over this weekend? Can we come over this weekend? Every weekend, bro. We would do movie nights, right? And it went from me and one of the other guys would alternate to just them coming to my house, and it was like, it was fucking bullshit. Because I didn't even, I got to the, I started watching movies, you know what happened? I started watching movies by myself, and I was like, holy shit, this is way better. Why am I friends with these guys? Why am I doing this shit? I don't even like them. So I cut them off. And he's like super pissed, and he's still pissed today, because that's the kind of person he is. Doesn't think he did anything wrong. It's insane. You couldn't tell these people directly that they did something wrong either. You had to do it indirectly, or they get like extremely upset with you, and you'd be kicked out of the group. That's how strict it was. So you had to be a person like me and just like give them the cold shoulder and shit. So that was one guy. Him and I used to be close friends as well. But he always had this kind of like, you know, like a, what would you call it? Like a harmful side or whatever, you know? This like, because he was quite smart, but at the same time he had some kind of like harmful attributes that would like show through every so often, right? Him and bro, this is a story. Him and I were racing across a concrete court once, and he fucking shoulder barged me. Right? He like we were running next to each other, and he slams his shoulder into me, like as a fucking joke, like as if that's funny. And I hit my head on the concrete and got a concussion from it. Who the fuck does that shit? It's insane. Right? There are like multiple examples of him doing stuff like this and thinking it's funny afterward and not apologizing. Right? And like not seeing anything wrong with it. He's such a fucked person. I can't imagine like, what his girlfriend is gonna feel, because like, Jesus Christ. That guy's got some real fucking issues, bro. It's like some real fucking shit that he hasn't dealt with. Like, that's insane. Why would you be like that? He actually had a girlfriend, I think, which was one of the people who pushed the boundaries and actually got with a girl. I don't think they were together when I last saw them, so something must have happened there. I'm not surprised. Tell me, why am I not surprised that he can't keep a relationship? Come on. Get real. Surprised that he even found one in the first place. Just because he looks conventionally attractive because he works out and shit. And he's like, does well academically and he can put on a mask every so often. Or most of the time. I swear, you get to know him close, he's not a good person, bro. He's one of these, like, psychopath people who doesn't feel bad when he harms others, you know? He's got that dark triad quality. Fuck that shit, I hate that shit. Anyway, that was that guy. So, obviously I've cut him off. I never even added him back again. Imagine that. Or maybe I did, I can't remember. I might have. But we never messaged. I think he just resented me for like years, bro. I think he resented me for years. I think he had issues with his parents or something, I don't know. And then there were three close to me who I was in the last year of school. I was with these three. That was my main group. The bigger group kind of didn't exist much at that point. When we would hang out at lunch, morning tea, it would be me and these three other guys. One of them is the guy who I said acted like he was not super religious and actually was, and the whole bullshit at the museum, um, anti-intellectualism, you know. Uh, Another guy, I tried to friend him on Facebook, and he hasn't added me back. So no one knows what's up with him. No one knows what's up with him. He doesn't talk to anyone. I think he might have had autism, but like, I thought we were friends, but he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. I don't even know what's up with that. Uh, and then the third guy has like gone down the right wing alt right pipeline. Last time we talked, he's like, I think he mentioned Joe Rogan or something, and he mentioned crypto. And like, that's fucking right wing dog whistle shit, bro. And he mentioned he watches lots of streamers. Most streamers, male streamers, are right wing. And I mean, look, he's working blue collar, so what do you expect? No, like, I don't hate blue collar, but blue collar has a right wing culture. It has a reactionary culture. So I'm not surprised that he would end up like that. You know, I think he was a bit lost after leaving high school, you know? Because he moved back to. He went to his country of birth for a while. He said he was like gonna join the military. When I heard that, I'm like, bro, joining the military is like something that people do. Like, especially the military of a country that you haven't lived in for like over 10 years, you know? That is something that people do when they have like no other options and they're lost in life, right? I think he was a bit lost. And I honestly feel like if I hadn't have gotten sick and dropped out, and if I'd actually been there, like, I'm not saying that like he's gone down a terrible path. Maybe he has. I don't know. I don't actually know because I haven't been in contact with him for a while. But I feel like maybe he wouldn't have had such a hard time for those couple of years at least. Maybe things would have been different. Maybe he would have had more confidence in his like intellectual abilities. He was smart, bro. Like, maybe he had some struggles sometimes, but he was a smart guy with intellectual curiosity, which is kind of rare these days. A lot of people don't even care. He actually was interested in learning things. And, I mean, I hope he still is, but you're not really going to use that. And, you know, blue collar's more, practical skills and a bit of maths, you know. Oh well. Look, he seems to be doing alright. I think he's got a girlfriend or something. I mean, that's the struggle, because I do have a couple guys friends who are atheists, but they're right wingers. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can do that. It is shit. It's really shit. That's a struggle that we have to deal with these days, you know? People getting radicalized into that shit. Not that radicalization in itself is inherently bad, but like so many young guys my age, fall into the right wing shit. That's kind of crazy. Well, they've kind of always been there. Nice people as well. They act nice. They kind of seem like me, you know? Like, I feel like we're kind of similar, but then we're also not, because I'm not a right-winger. So, yeah. I'm just not motivated to talk to them, you know, because I feel like I'm gonna be, like, hitting a wall. I don't want to be, like, getting into a relationship with these guys again and being, like, having to, like, fucking argue about stuff and, like, convert them or something, you know what I mean? It's just really stupid to deal with that. And I feel like they wouldn't want me to do that anyway. Like, I think people don't talk about this very much. I mean, one of the struggles of being male is, like, you find guys that are, like, a lot like you, that are, in some ways, that are, like, what do you say? They're like nice people, and you can see the potential, but they, like, totally fall under this right wing stuff. And it's kind of like, you think of, like, if I was, like, female, they probably wouldn't give a shit about me, you know? Like, they kind of are probably only interested in you because you're a guy, and they, like, see that as a good thing, you know? Like, you kind of relate to them, but at the same time, it's like, they have really fucked up views about stuff. That's shit. Yeah. I honestly don't know what you're supposed to do though. Because I feel like if you try to tell them what to think, they'll just push back on it and, like, not want to be friends with you anymore. A lot of guys don't like that. A lot of guys want to be in a situation where they just do whatever they want, and their friends just are okay with it, you know? But, like, if I'm critical, it's just gonna push people away. So I just don't talk to them anymore. It's sad, but I mean, that's just. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. So I've got. Yeah. And then I had, in high school, in my second to last year, which was the last good year before I got sick, I had two friends outside of my main group who were both from, like, parts of Asia that, like, just moved, or international students. The girl I really liked, that's the girl who didn't message me, or who wouldn't reply to my messages. So that's fucked. Um, she was really religious anyway, so it probably wouldn't have worked. I don't know. I feel like I could have made it work though, but she didn't want to give me the opportunity. And then the guy was a right winger. He was basically a fascist, but he also he was like kind of a good friend, which is like fucked to say. That he had these terrible views, but at the same time he was like really nice and like actually cared about me and shit. It's so weird, you know. This is like the part of like I feel like this is sometimes part of the male experience that people don't talk about at all. That you can meet these guys that are like really nice, really care about you, seem like really good people, but they have like extremely fucked views about stuff. Like we were in economics class and we were like talking about poor people and something, and the girl says like, "Oh, what about poor people?" And he says, "Oh, they can just die." And he was like serious. He's like literally like not joking. Like poor people can just die. That's what he said. That's insane. He was basically a fascist. That's not surprising, honestly. Country he came from was right wing, so I hate that shit. Like, why do I have to have this situation where I know good people who are right wing, and I know bad people who are left wing? Like, the leaders of the group. Good friends. Like, the leaders of the group, they're all left wingers now. They used to be, like, far right. But they're still shitty people and bad friends. They're toxic, right? They'll always be that way as far as I'm aware. I don't think they're ever gonna change. I don't trust that they will change. I think they've gone from big fish in small ponds to small fish in big ponds, right? And now they're like acting like they're the victims. They're literally like victimizing themselves and shit. It's absurd. And being all left. Not in a good way, you know, in like a just in a social regard. Or like in the cultural sense. Like, let me tell you, bro. I had this guy I met on GTA. He like talks shit a lot, and then he like starts getting to know me a bit better, and he starts being like just honest and nice, and giving me real advice, like proper helpful advice. He recommended me a calorie counting app that I still use today. That was like 6 months ago. I still use it today. Hold up, I gotta throw up. So this guy was like a good friend, honest, constructive feedback. Constructive and actually useful feedback and advice. Nice and caring and supportive person. But why is it like this with... This is like how... Like I've talked about toxic and left wing. Why are there so many guys? So here's the but. He used the N-word as a white guy frequently. In casual conversation. Which I fucking hate. And he's into looks maxing. And tried to recommend it to me. Or you tried to get me into it. I.A. right wing. It's like, why, bro? Why? Okay. Another good friend. Sensitive. Intellectual. Curiosity. Oh, bro, this guy... He felt remorse when he did something bad to me one time, which is, like, rare. And he, like, actually apologized for it. Directly apologized. He gave me a gift, bro. That's crazy. Like, he was very mature when he was younger, right? Very reliable. He was, like, basically always there for me. Very similar to me. I hate it, bro. I haven't cut this guy off, by the way. I still have this guy added. It's just like... Sometimes you feel like you don't want to, like, ruin what you thought about the person, you know? Thoughts. Enter Joe Rogan. Type. Twitch streamers a lot. Likely right wing. It's so awkward, like... Why, bro? Recommended crypto, right wing. Or alt-right. Alt-right is basically like rebranding right-wing stuff as like attractive. Even my brother's right-wing, bro. It's like, it's just shit sucks. You know? These people would make great Marxists or just great not right-wingers. You don't have to be a Marxist at all. You really don't have to be a Marxist. I just really like it if they want, like, reaching the far right, you know? Because that's where it ends, is with fascism. Here's another one. Positive and encouraging. Supportive. Very reliable. He valued romance, which is rare for guys here. Enthusiastic friend. But I can't remember the specifics. That's not even alt-right, bro. That's like far-right. Saying poor people can just die is far-right. That's not even alt-right. Seriously. Or I've got like two people like queer-seeming arts students who are like who used to be at the top of my group, the group I was in, and they're like some of the most toxic people I know. Right? What great luck, isn't it? What great luck. You know? Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Why couldn't I meet anyone who is not right-wing, is a good person, or is a good friend? Right? It seems impossible sometimes. And, look, you might think, he may have in passing over many months or something mentioned these things. No, this was one meeting. This was one meeting that was maybe 2 hours. He mentioned all these things. I don't really... If that's what he's talking about in 2 hours, I can't really imagine what his lifestyle was like at the time. Right? I don't doubt Blue Collar had a big influence on that, bro. That's what Blue Collar's like. If you gone to university, it might be different. Probably voted for National or something. I hate it when people change, you know, like people you used to be good friends with change a lot and then you can't be friends with them anymore. Like, in a platonic way, I had so much positive feeling toward these guys. This guy I didn't know that well. I was only talking to him for a while, but he seemed like a really good guy. Aside from these bad things that he did. You know? Like what is this like? These are like good people who do bad stuff, you know? And then this left wing one is like bad people who do good stuff. Or who support good stuff, you know? It's both shit. Because you can be friends with the right wingers, but ultimately they're working against you. They're working against me and people like me in a lot of ways. Look, maybe I could change their views, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm not really in that position, you know? Or you got people who agree with you politically and stuff, but they're piece of shit people who will treat you bad as a friend. It's crazy. Ha ha ha, how funny. Ha ha ha. I feel like the right wing but good friend is like so common for men, bro. It's like really common. And I hate it. I hate it so much. And you can kind of tell when people are being like really neutral on stuff. You can, and it's a guy, you can kind of tell this guy is right wing and he's just hiding it. Like this guy's not left. Like you're either left or you're not, right? More or less. Like, or most of your opinions fit one way or the other, you know? Why can't I have guy friends that are left wing and aren't pieces of shit? I'm gonna mute Gary's mod and just mess around. Bro, it gets even worse. Every time I look at it, it's worse. That's crazy, bro. I guess it's just what guys are like around here. You just gotta deal with it, or alternatively not deal with it and just cut them off. Which is how I've dealt with it. I dealt with it by just not talking to them. They probably think, oh, what a piece of shit, he cut me off. Why hasn't he talked to me in months? Why hasn't he talked to me in years? Why'd this guy stop? Yo, maybe do some self-reflection, bro. Like, how can I be friends with these people? How can I be friends, given my background and my life's experiences? How can I support people who are like, you know, in one case, like, saying that people like me can just die, you know? That I shouldn't receive any assistance and should just struggle and die. That's what he said. That's me. I'm poor. I'm poor now. I wasn't then, but I am now. That's crazy. It doesn't even matter if it's whether it's you or not. Like, that's a terrible thing to say. Right? As if they deserve it just for not being wealthy. It's insane. Why would you say that shit? It's fucking crazy. And I mean, look, as nice as this other guy was who I met on GTA, like, why would you recommend looks maxing to a sick person? The fuck? Why would you recommend looks maxing to anyone? I don't look if people are doing it themselves for themselves, I guess that's just personal choice. But it's like, why are you trying to tell other people to do it? It's crazy, you know? Why are you telling other people to post themselves on looks maxing forums? Look, as if that's the only way they're gonna get relationships. Because I think we were talking about how I don't have a relationship. And he's saying, like, improve your appearance. Post yourself on a looks maxing forum. What the fuck? Post it, like, on Reddit. On looks maxing Reddit. That is such a bad idea. Those people are terrible, bro. And it's not all about appearances. It's about having opportunities to actually meet people and get to know them. I know that's the case. Because despite the fact that I look worse now and I have worse health and etc., I think the main way I was able to make so many like relationships in school was because you were close to these people a lot. You got to know them, right? People just get to know me. I think a lot of people would think I'm a fine person and people might be interested in relationships. Seriously. Um, yeah, and then the third guy is like, guess he's just searching for meaning. Yeah. I mean, I would recommend Marxism as like an alternative, but I don't think they're going to be receptive to that. I feel like a lot of guys don't want other guys to tell them what to do. Like, that pisses them off. But at the same time, I don't want to be around guys that do this shit. Like, it's just shitty. Like, it's retarded as well, and I hate retarded shit. It's like fucking stupid. It's like anti-intellectual. I don't like anti-intellectualism. Why do the good people have to be like this? I'm literally not meeting anyone who is left wing and is nice like these guys are. I haven't met anyone. I literally haven't met anyone. Do you know how insane that is? Why do they not exist? Does the good friend who is left wing not exist? Or something? They don't even have to be super left. They could be a liberal, you know? They don't have to be a leftist. They could be a liberal. I don't really like liberals that much, but they wouldn't have to be a leftist. They could be a liberal as well. And all they'd have to be is like a good friend. Why can't I have a good friend who's not right wing? Why are the only good friends I get right wingers? And do you know how it is, bro? I know if I contacted these guys today and just like didn't mention any of this shit and just kept it away from these subjects and ignored it when they brought these things up and just like played along, I know they would be good friends to me. Like, I know they would. Even after all this time for each of them that I've spent not chatting with them, I know we'd be able to pick it up and just go from there. Right? Like, I'm giving that up for things that matter to me, basically. For other things, I'm losing really valuable relationships to, um, you know, other stuff that is just really important to me, and obviously not important to them at all, or they're actually against it. You know. Like, I know if I just pretended to be right wing, they'd be really good friends to me, but I would hate myself, because it wouldn't be real. It's just sad. Like, I don't even want to talk to them anymore, because it's just really awkward to be like, hey, I'm that, you know, that person on the left that says, oh, you can't do that. You're making me uncomfortable. Nobody likes that person, bro. Nobody likes them. I try to be casual about it, but people hate it no matter what, literally. Doesn't change. Someone asked this guy, like, what was he doing in life, and he's like, I watch Twitch streamers a lot. Like, you know, talk about being isolated and lost in life. I'm sure he was. Again, I'm like I said, if I'd been there and not gotten sick, I feel like things would have been so different for this guy. I feel like I failed him, you know? He was like, him and I were like close friends. And when I dropped out because I was really getting sicker and sicker and sicker by pushing through, I was like really unwell. Like severely unwell. Um, I didn't contact people for like 2 years because I didn't have social media and it was like awkward. I didn't know what to say. Even my uncle, one of my uncles, is like, he's a reasonable guy, generally, but he's a right winger. He's a right winger. And what does that mean? It means that indirectly, even though he's nice to your face, they don't like people like you, right? They don't like people like you. Criticizes big government and stuff. Do you know who pays me to live? Big government. Without big government, I'm on the streets begging, bro. It's not a fucking joke. Criticizes taxes and all this shit. I mean, come on. What are we doing? Why is it like this? I don't know if this community even exists, to be honest, bro. I really gotta go to bed soon. It's like midday. It's like midday, bro. I gotta go to bed and sleep a couple hours. I haven't really looked at this in detail before, but it's like it's a really weird situation to be in, where like your best friends are like hold terrible beliefs and do bad things to other people or to you. No, no, to other people. This guy that I met on GTA was a griefer as well. He was kind of a piece of shit. He wasn't to me. Like, he was friendly to me eventually when we got to know each other. He was, like, toxic at first, but kind of funny. And we got to know each other and he was friendly to me, but he was, like, he was a griefer. And he was, like, a shitty griefer as well. Like, he would grief people in ways where it's, like, they couldn't prevent it or they couldn't get him either. He's, like, a step away from modding, basically. Yeah. I feel like if I do anything, it's just gonna make it worse. Like, any, like, suggestion of, like, could you change your behavior is just pushing people away, you know? So I just leave it as it is. I just, like, leave it. I just don't message them anymore. And I guess, you know, it's like, yeah, it's not your job to, like, fucking save them and shit, but why is it so hard to meet anyone who's like this, but isn't also right wing? Why is that so hard? Why have some of my best friends been right wingers? It's actually crazy, bro. Part of the male experience, I guess. Great guy on the surface, piece of shit underneath, right? I don't even know. I don't even look. I don't even know if it's like that. You know, it's. I feel like they're being influenced, and if you would just someone would influence them in another way, then they wouldn't be like this anymore. You know, I feel like they seem like good people who just have bad ideas about stuff. But I mean, I don't want to ruin the relationship by like trying to argue them. They should start acting differently and all this shit. I feel like it's gonna just they're gonna say, "Oh, go fuck yourself. Don't tell me what to do. I'll make my own decisions. Leave me alone. You can't tell me what to do. I don't want to be friends with you anymore." That's what they're gonna say, right? And I lose a friend. I lose the potential for a friend. They turn into an enemy. I don't want to make enemies out of people, you know? I'd rather have like a non-friend than an enemy, right? Especially people I used to like. I don't want to be taunting people I used to like a lot against me. But I'm also not gonna tolerate that shit and be friends with them while they're still doing it. It's like, what can I do? What can I do? When I'm thinking about trying to make good friends, but the good friends that I have had, are actually hold bad views and do bad things to other people. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. It's so tricky, bro. It really is. It's so tricky. You know? Difficult situation when your good friends hold terrible views and do bad things to other people. Yeah. Like, I try to make girlfriends, because girls are, like, more liberal. But they don't really like me very much. Or they're kind of pieces of shit otherwise. I feel like they either don't like me very much, or they're, like, bad people sometimes. Like, I was chatting with this girl I met on this foreign people app. And they're, like, an atheist and stuff. But at the same time, I kind of get the impression that she doesn't really give a shit about me. Like, I don't really know why she replies to my messages, to be honest. It's not enthusiastic, really. And, she's always busy now. She's always busy doing other stuff. So, yeah. I got a couple other girls that I chat with, but it's pretty boring conversations. Well, on those foreign apps. Uh, Otherwise, yeah. I don't know. I just feel like I don't have that much in common with a lot of girls anyway. I don't really do some of those stuff. It's just weird. Like, that sucks, but, like, it is just weird, isn't it? Guy and girl friendship sometimes. I feel like if you didn't grow up together, it's like people are always thinking about it in terms of a potential romantic relationship. I feel like platonic relationships between guys and girls that don't like each other, guys and girls that aren't that isn't romantic, I feel like that doesn't go very well. I feel like it ends up someone gets hurt, like every time. Someone gets too interested, and then they get rejected and they get hurt. Right? I don't know. Could also just be that I'm not really interested in these people. That's another point. I mean, that sounds terrible, but what am I to deny this? It could be possibly that some of these people who are not right wing are just not that interesting to me either. I can't think of what to talk. I mean, there's a girl I know who's left wing. She says she's like similar to me, but I don't even know what I'm supposed to talk about with her. To be honest, like, what do we talk about? I guess there's no discussion to be had because we just agree with each other on stuff. Hmm. I don't want to be going like, have you read Lenin? Because I feel like that's like, um, it's like converting people and shit. I don't like doing that because I hate it when other people try to do it to me. Hmm. I won't lie, like, some libs and leftists can be really fucking annoying, by the way. Like, it's not, like, it's not, it's true that this is a real thing. Some of them can be really fucking annoying. Like, literally. Some of them can be insufferable people despite the fact that you hold similar views to each other. Hmm. Like, would you rather be friends with a left-wing person who's a piece of shit, or a right-wing person who's a good friend? I can't, I would say neither, and that's why I've got no friends. I could have both of these easily if I wanted to, right? I don't want either of them. It's shit. Why can't I have people who are good friends like the right-wingers, but are left-wing, and aren't toxic? It's fucking bullshit, bro. I swear there are a bunch of people who are like toxic that gravitate toward left wing stuff because it gives them like victim support, you know? It's like what I think of these authoritarian pieces of shit that used to run the toxic pieces of shit that used to run the friend group I was on. They're both left wingers today. It's not a coincidence. They've done that to get more sympathy from people, right? Not because they actually study theory and shit. I guarantee they have not fucking read any theory at all whatsoever. They do it because it's popular where they live, and it is a cultural thing that they latch onto, and it fulfills a narcissism victim need issue, right? Not because they've actually done research and they've come to the conclusion that it is the most logical solution to issues. They don't care about any of that shit. They're just doing it for the culture of it and the rewards it can give them, essentially. It's fucking trash. Well, here's another question following on from this. Is it easier to change the behavior and views / beliefs of a right-winger, of a good friend, right-winger? Maybe they're not good friends, though. Maybe if it's not, maybe they actually aren't good friends. Right? Maybe that's what you don't want to find out, is that they were actually bad people the whole time, and they were just accepting you when they thought you were someone else, basically. Because I kind of get that impression with some of them, some of these guys, is that they only liked me because they thought I was, like, maybe a centrist, at least, or even further right. You know? That's fucked. Or just a Marxist who doesn't actually care about, like, when they do these things and lets them do what they want. Is it easy to change the behavior and views / beliefs of a good friend right-winger, or to make a good friend out of a toxic, kind of bad friend, left-winger? I don't even know. That's a ChatGPT question, bro. And this is a good point which I've just made following the last line. Maybe if the left-wingers are toxic and bad friends, then they're actually not very left-wing at all. This is what those people I said are like. They used to be far-right when I knew them. They used to be far-right or right-wingers. Then they left and went to art universities. And now they're far-left or whatever. But I don't think they're actually properly left. I think they're just doing it for the culture because it gets them things, right? I think they're doing it in a self-serving way, right? Just self-serving leftist or selfless right winger. That's actually crazy, bro. Narcissistic leftist or like caring racist. Narcissistic leftist or caring. But I would say again, like I said before, how caring can they be if they're a right winger, bro? They're actually voting for policies that are ruining society. How caring can they be? This does exist, though. It seems like a contradiction. This is a real thing. It really does exist. Some right wingers are really caring people. Well, they can be really caring. They just also happen to have terrible views and do bad things sometimes. At the same time, you can have someone who has the best views on earth, but they are absolutely insufferable to deal with. Pieces of shit. That's probably what people think I'm like a lot. I don't know. I feel like narcissistic leftists isn't that bad though. Aren't I? Am I? Isn't that what I am on GTA? Maybe. I don't think a person can really be caring if they're a right winger, to be honest. I think they're still doing it in like a bad way. Or for bad reasons. It's like doing a bad thing for good reasons. Versus doing a good thing for bad reasons. Like a narcissistic leftist will be a piece of shit, but have good reasons for it, while a caring right winger will do good things with bad intentions and stuff, or like, you know, that sort of thing. Like they'll care for you if you come to their house and be like, I'm homeless or whatever. You know, they might give you some food, they might let you stay there, but they're also the ones creating the fucking homelessness crisis through their voting, through their supporting of different programs, through the ideology which they spread. So on the surface, it looks like they're this nice person, but actually underneath, these are some of the worst people there are, right? When it comes to the views, right? Or these are some of the people who support some of the worst things there are. Whereas you can have these people that suck and you hate being around them, but they actually support good causes. You know, it's hard. It's a hard thing to, because you would kind of say, well, I don't like either of these things actually. Like maybe I want to support the the good cause, but it's like through a shitty means, you know, and it doesn't really doesn't really work. I'm kind of aware of that. Like if you try to argue with people in a way that is like I'm totally right and you're a retard, it doesn't really convince anyone. It just makes people upset. But I don't really care because I'm not trying to convince people. Honestly, I'm doing it to defend my group of people and me in particular, because it's relevant to me. And that stuff matters to me, right? So I talk a lot of shit and all this, but I would say I do it for a good reason. Even if it's bad stuff, you know, even if it's talking shit, calling people retards and whatever, I think at least I have a good reason for it, you know? as opposed to people who do good stuff and have bad reasons for it, right? It's not the same. I mean, how bad is what I'm doing if the reasoning is so great, right? I think that kind of lessens the severity of it. If you actually understood that, like if these people had any understanding of what I'm talking about, which they don't, they won't even let me explain it to them. They won't do any of their own research. I mean, that's what I'm dealing with, is like this disease of like massive ignorance. It's like extreme ignorance. They don't know anything about it. Anything. They don't even know what the word Marxist means. They haven't read a fucking line of Marx, bro. They haven't read a fucking line or a quote out of the Communist Manifesto. They have no idea what they're talking about. I can say that with absolute confidence. They don't know what they're talking about. If they were a right-winger and they've read it and they're like, I think it's shit, well, I can respect you for that. I disagree, but I respect that you've actually read the work, you know? You've actually put in the effort. You've shown some intellectual, like, you know, that you value that, and you put effort into it, and you've done something. Maybe your views haven't changed. That's. I want to say that's fine. I actually don't. I mean, that sucks, but um, you know, it's not the same. I mean, at least you're like have educated yourself a little bit, somewhat. Maybe they're just you know, maybe, oh yeah, maybe you're just a piece of shit. Maybe you're just rich and you say, well, I don't like communism because it'll take my money away. Okay, totally valid. I mean, I don't agree with it at all, but it's a defensible position. Like, you can understand where someone's coming from there. What am I actually dealing with in GTA? It's what you deal with in Oceania everywhere. It's anti-intellectualism. They're all anti-intellectuals. You're not even interacting on the basis of intellectuals with differing views. You're operating on the basis of intellectual versus not just non-intellectual, but anti-intellectual. People who hate intellectualism, who hate learning, who hate studying, who hate reading things, who hate researching, who don't even know how to do any of that stuff most of the time. That's what you're dealing with. It's insane. It's like, what the fuck? I'm not even. It's not even like fascist versus communist. It's like anyone versus. It's like any educated person versus people who have no knowledge and are proud of it. It's insane. Like, at least fascists have a fucking position. These people have nothing. And yet they still align themselves with that. It's absurd. Their views are totally based on what the norms of the society they've grown up in are. They have no education whatsoever outside of it. They haven't done any research themselves. They haven't gone to university and studied anything. Maybe STEM, but we all know how that goes. They don't teach people other stuff in STEM. They teach you a technical degree. It's essentially a trade at a university, right? STEM is the trades of university, bro. It's just advanced trades. Like, you want to become a balanced person with more capacity for critical thinking, you take a humanities degree, bro. Be for real. Be fucking honest with yourself. Take a humanities degree on the side. Read some books or something, I don't know. And not just like technical works. Well, not just like STEM works, I mean. If you do a bad thing for good reasons, is the bad thing still as bad? And if you do a good thing for bad reasons, is the good thing really that good? You know? Like, I think of like religious people who do all this charity and stuff, but they only do it because they think it's gonna get them into like some magical afterlife. It's gonna get them more wealth and stuff there, right? On the surface, it's like, oh, it's good because it fixes an issue. But at the same time, people are doing it for totally the wrong reason, right? Like, most people doing that for religious reasons are doing it for the wrong reason that they should be doing it. They should be helping people because they want to help people and they want to improve society, not because a stupid religion tells them to do it or tells them that they'll be rewarded in the afterlife for doing so. This is the bullshit that these fucking priests and stuff made up. Religious authorities made that shit up to get people to do these things, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't do them, right? If it wasn't in their religion, they'd just not do it. Like most evangelicals who just ignore that shit and don't do any of it, right? Most American Christians. It's funny. It's actually not funny. It's actually fucking terrible, and it's insane that this is how it is. Um, Further, it's like charity. Charity solves a problem in the short term, but actually puts reliance on like private organizations to fix these issues in the long term instead of focusing on the government resolving these problems. That's a Marxist critique, right? The state should be solving things like homelessness, not Christian charity organizations. That's a joke. Why is that the case? Why is that how it's happening? Right? It's fucking stupid. That's another good thing done for bad reasons with negative results. Narcissistic, self-serving leftist or caring and selfless right-winger? That's a funny one. That's such a funny one. That's such a funny one, bro. A lot of the leftists that I know that I respect are quite self-serving and narcissistic, to be honest. It's quite funny. I think that the position and the way society is just makes people like that, to be honest. I think once people adopt these views and then see how society treats them, it kind of just makes you narcissistic and self-serving to a degree. Because it's kind of like, fuck, this shit's like everyone fucking shits on you for it. Left and right. Literally everyone to the right of you shits on you for it. Even people to the, like, even like anarchists shit on Marxists. Even though they have a lot in common with each other. Right? It's fucking bullshit, bro. You could say that narcissistic and self-serving leftist describes Stalin though, so I don't know if that's great. Stalin was kind of like... Well, caring and selfless right-winger is like a welfare state. It's a complicated, like, dichotomy or whatever, like, thing between 2 points. I don't know. Like, I feel like to a degree, like, with the carrying and selfless right-winger, like, in the example of the welfare state, maybe if the country wasn't right-wing in the first place, you wouldn't need them to be caring and selfless, right? And, what's the parallel to that? The parallel to that is that if leftists weren't so narcissistic and self-serving, people might actually like them more. And that's true. That's actually absolutely true. That's absolutely true, bro. Maybe if leftists weren't so narcissistic and self-serving, self-righteous, etc., then people would actually like them more and convert to it or support their ideas slash views slash beliefs. I mean, we can all agree that the worst people are narcissistic right-wingers, though. That's gotta be the worst. That's my parents, bro. That's my parents, bro. I think we can all agree that the worst kind of people are narcissistic right-wingers. That's what Trump is, right? Trump is the worst kind of people, bro. Just obviously the worst kind of people you can find anywhere. That's like what fascism is. Fascism is like a narcissistic, self-serving right-wing ideology. Who are killing and selfless left-wingers like hippies? I can't even think of any. I feel like hippies are kind of narcissistic though. Like some kind of hippies. Some libs are like that, but I mean, lib ideology is it's not the best. It's kind of economically right. I feel like the leftists put on a like a facade of caring, but they don't actually give a shit, and they're just doing it to advance their own positions. Like, you could just be honest and say, yeah, that's what I'm doing, and they don't. They're not honest about it at all. And I think this is why a lot of people don't trust leftists. is because they can sense that, like, this person's really only out for themselves and this small group of people. And I kind of agree with that. That is what a lot of these people do. A lot of these people. And they adopt, like, marginalized groups to help them do that. It's like, well, yes, this is what they do. I won't deny it. This is what leftists do. They want themselves to be leading society, and so they adopt marginalized groups, victimized people, people who are upset with the way things are, and they absorb them into the ideology, convert them to it, or just allow them to be a part of it, get them to vote for them. That's how they gain power, basically. Um, this is why there's a lot of betrayal, because they're not really for you, you know? I mean, if we look at the Green Party, which is, like, called a left-wing party, it's kind of funny because Mortimer Davidson is an activist. She's not been like a worker and stuff. She doesn't have history of, like, unions. She doesn't have history of, like, working somewhere aside. She's been a politician and she's been an activist, right? Chloe Swarbrick has been a student and then, like, a politician, right? They haven't actually had life experiences elsewhere. Um, and so they don't really they don't really lead the working class because they're not a part of us. They've never really been a part of the working class. They're part of the upper middle, you know, they're already elites. And this is one of the reasons why right-wingers don't like them, is because, yeah, they actually are elites, to a degree. They talk about all these ways in which they're victimized, and yet you can see they have, for example, massive influence over culture in these countries. People like them do. Like, most media represents, like, a watered down version of their views, basically. Um, they call it cultural elite. They are the cultural elite. These are the people running the universities where people get educated, tend to agree with their views, right? The Green Party's biggest voting group is professional class workers and, like, people who've gotten university degrees and, like, students. It's not working class people. They don't have a strong working class base support. It's not a working class party, right? It is a educated elite party that happens to have social democratic policies, right? It's still the best option that we have right now. If you have to pick one, I mean, it's not even close. You're not voting for Labour because they don't even represent anyone. Labour represents the establishment. Labour doesn't even want change, or at least the Green Party might want change. Labour doesn't even want things to change. Labour wants things to stay as they are, or possibly get worse to make themselves richer. It's corrupt. Labour is a corrupt party, and you'd be stupid to vote for them. they've been corrupt for a long time. Maybe they've always been corrupt. I don't know. Like, there was a time when they weren't, but that was a long, long, long time ago. Many, many decades ago. They are the establishment. If you want things to change, you don't vote for an establishment party in New Zealand. Okay? You vote for someone else. What do right wingers do? If leftists put their own group of elites at the top of society via the support of the marginalized, what do right wingers do? Well, right wingers just pull from like groups that they represent. Is that true? Do right wingers? I don't think right wingers do usually pull from groups that they actually represent. It's probably more or less the same. I mean, it's basically wealth versus education, right? The right-wing parties value wealth more than education, and the Green Party values education more than wealth. I don't know about Labour. What does Labour do? Does Labour value education more than wealth? Maybe. A little bit. But they're also corrupt, so it doesn't really matter. It's a good question. Can you be narcissistic and self-serving and still a leftist? I think you can. But I think it's to a degree. Like, if you're a really, really bad person, you're probably not that left-wing, right? It's probably just like a performance or something. Like these people I went to school with, I was talking about, who switched from being far right to far left when it was convenient. That's funny as hell. It's such a joke. I don't take it seriously at all. Anything that they're fucking doing is just a joke to me. It's so fucking stupid because, like, I know these people. I know what they've done. I know what they've been like for years. And you're telling me they just totally changed into completely different people, both conveniently, around the same time, right? Really? What a coincidence, right? What a fucking coincidence. It's opportunism. It's not real. That's called opportunism. They see an opportunity to gain something and they take it. It's still self-serving narcissism in the end. In the end, it's still the same old self-serving narcissism that we all know that these people are known for. That's what they're like. That is what they are like. Yeah, no denying it. Self-serving, narcissistic right-wing is the worst of the worst, though. That's what my parents are like. And it's fucking awful. Really. Bad views and you're a piece of shit. Well, you really can't get any worse than that, can you? Bad views and a bad person. Really. That's fucking crazy. How insane. Really nails the point, you know, slams the point home that this shit is awful when, you can see, because the self-serving narcissistic right-winger is open about being right-wing, right? Because they don't give a shit. They don't care about the consequences. They're proud of who they are, right? Narcissism leads to pride, of course it does. This is what my parents are like. Saying slurs casually. Isn't that fun? It's actually crazy. Actually crazy. I have to live with these people, bro, because I can't afford rent. Hate that shit. Disgusting, and their friends are all like that as well. And these are some of the most privileged people in society, bro. They have terrible views, and they are proud of them because they feel like they've been rewarded for having those views, right? And the will be rewarded as like these retarded white farmers and shit in the United States, or white working class. Even Latinos, you can see according to the statistics who vote for Trump, they think, oh, I'm on his side. He'll reward me eventually. No, it's never gonna happen, you retard. How long do you have to wait? It's never gonna happen. He doesn't give a shit. You idiots. You idiots. You really think you're proud of your beliefs, which have given you nothing. You're in poverty. Why are you proud of that? You're living a terrible life. Why do you have pride? It's a good question, right? Maybe I could ask myself that question. Honestly, bro. Yeah, maybe I should ask myself that question, bro. That's a really good point. What do you have to be proud of? If there's like that quote from Country for No Country for Old Men, he's like, if the role you lived by led you to here, like a bad situation, of what use was the role? If you followed a role your whole life and it led you to this, what value was the role? That's kind of what I'm having to think about in my life recently for the last couple of years. Is like reform, total reform is like necessary. It's like having to reconsider, why am I still doing things this way? Why do I still think this way? Why is it like this and not a different way? Because I mean, like, I'm Marxist, but I'm also fucking broke. I'm not broke, I'm just on a really low income and I'll be broke eventually when my savings run out. I should watch that movie again, it's kinda cool. Interesting character, the villain. What was I gonna say? I got no friends, no relationship, and I live in poverty. I live on poverty wages. How good is that? Are the ideas really serving me? Me, or would I be, would/could I be better served by following/believing something else? It's a good question. It's a really good question. I wonder, like, what really matters to me. Good life or being right? That's a good point. I honestly kind of think that I care more about being right than having a good life. That's probably a red flag. At the same time, I don't think I'm wrong. Like, will people deny that I'm wrong? If I give them full arguments, will you deny that I'm correct? I meant to say, will they deny that I'm right? Will you still deny that I'm right? Right? Or are you just going to judge me off of the end result as you say it currently? I think there's also something important to consider, which is that these beliefs have come out of my situation, by the way. I didn't have these beliefs and they led me here, necessarily. Maybe they're keeping me from getting out of it. That's a possibility. I will totally accept that that could be possible. Though these beliefs haven't led me here, they may be preventing me from getting out of it, which is why I do take on some right-wing philosophies such as Nietzsche, which is like revolutionary. It is right-wing. I mean, it's considered right-wing. Nietzsche was a right-winger. At the same time, um, like I think it's valuable. What he says is like true stuff, and that's what matters to me. Is that it's true. Doesn't matter that he has terrible views about certain things. What matters is that what he says is true, no matter how you apply it. You can apply it to different things and use it in different ways, and it still remains correct, right? That's what Marxism is like a lot of the time. That's what a lot of Marxism is like. It's just true. I like it because it's true, and that's what matters to me. If it's not true, I don't find it valuable. It's just a lie, right? And then we bring in some more right-wing philosophy, which is Machiavelli, another one of the best I've read, which is to consider whether it's actually effective in reality. You say, oh yes, yeah, concern yourself with the truth, and good life can and should follow from there. That sounds good, but we have to question, is this actually true? Whether or not this is true in reality, that if I just pick the truth and follow the truth, I will have a good life. Is that real? Maybe it's the case that I don't want a good life if it's based on lies. You know, maybe that's how I am. How good is a good life if it's based on lies, though, like in the Matrix? Isn't the isn't the truth the most important thing there is? Possibly. But also, living a good life is something that, what would you say? Like, if your life is based on lies, I feel like things that are based on lies don't last very long, either. Like, eventually the truth comes out. People become unable to cover it up. Maybe that's not true. What about living a good life? How important is that? Is that more important than the truth? Or is the truth more important than living a good life? Life of delusion or life of happy delusion or life of miserable truth? I feel like truth does make people miserable as well. Like, a lot of intelligent people are depressed, right? Like, my uncle's pretty smart. He's got 2 PhDs. He's also, like, really depressed. And he's been depressed for years. And he, like, struggles with, like, you know, not illegal stuff, but, like, substances, you know, to cope, I guess. It's crazy. He was reading Nietzsche. He was reading it in German. I found that surprising because he's like a Catholic. He used to be a priest. It's really interesting. I feel like he influenced me a lot growing up. Like, he made being smart seem so cool. You know? It's kind of like I kind of idolized him a bit. I think a lot of people made this. It wasn't just him. A lot of people made being smart seem cool when I was young, and I think that really had a big influence on me taking up intellectual pursuits. Yeah. What else is there? Peaceful lie, violent reality. It's like the Matrix, bro. Great fake life or shitty real life. What's really important? Like, love, health, happiness, fake love, or true hatred. That's the one that I've done before. I've written that before. That's a really good, interesting one. Would you rather have unstable health or a stable illness? Like health that goes up and down, or health that just remains at the same low level? Because I kind of have health that remains at the same low level, more or less. It does get unstable sometimes, but that's a really interesting one. I feel like you can kind of work with it if it's stable. Like if I pace, I can kind of know what to expect day to day, and that is way better than when I wasn't doing it. This is the only thing that has actually worked for me so far, is pacing. Happiness based on lies. On lies. Or misery. Like, truth, like, lie that makes you happy. Or truth that makes you miserable. I feel like you can't learn from a lie, though. Because it's not true. Like, even if the truth makes you miserable, I feel like you can at least learn from it, you know? It's like, no way was I gonna keep it from, Rachel Amber and Life is Strange before the storm that, like, her father did all that shit. No way was I gonna keep that. That's just... People can learn and grow, but if you keep reproducing the lie. It's not real, is it? It's based on fantasy. I don't believe in fantasy, right? Not really. Obviously, the best is a happy truth, not a miserable truth. Worst is a miserable lie. I mean, that's just awful. Imagine lying to someone, making them feel terrible. That's the worst one you can do by far. I think most people would agree with that. Lie that makes you happy is like saying, "Oh yeah, you going to heaven and shit." You know, it's sad. It's sad. I'm not even gonna talk about that. It's just sad. You gotta like um use your time well. You know. Maybe I should think about that more. I feel like I'm wasting mine. I sit around and complain a lot. Don't actually do shit. And I feel like I'm wasting my life, to be honest. And people are kind of right when they say that. Like, I kind of am wasting my life, regardless of sickness. I say it's like mainly sickness's fault, which you can kind of argue that, but at the same time, it's like I could probably try to like creatively change things a little bit in some regards. You know, like actually pursue my goals. Yeah, you know what? Truth makes me really sad. The girl that I thought about for like 7 years after she left doesn't like me anymore. I thought about her like every day. I don't think she likes me anymore. That's terrible, bro. And you think you're like basically committed to the person at that point. I mean, it's insane. It sounds like an obsession. It kind of was. I don't know. Try to give myself hope, you know, throughout hard times. Like it works, but I guess I was just lying to myself, you know, thinking, oh, there's still a chance. I can still make it work. I was just being really optimistic. Maybe she still cares about me 7 years later. She probably doesn't even think about me, bro. That's what someone in GTA said. How wise. How wise. Sometimes GTA players can be really wise. It's rare, but sometimes they know things. The guy said to me, she probably doesn't even think about you, bro. That's probably true. He's probably right. She probably doesn't even think about me. I don't want to believe it, but maybe that's the way it is. Maybe she never even thought about me until I messaged her. And she's like, why the fuck is this guy messaging me? And she's like, nah, fuck this guy. This is just awkward as fuck. I'm not replying to him. Hell no. How am I supposed to move on from that, bro? Spent like 7 years thinking about one girl. Yeah, now she's gone on to be like really successful in life and shit, and of course she has. Like, I would expect that. Totally expected that to happen, you know? Why would she want to be with a guy like me? Seriously. Like, no, she wouldn't want to be with a guy like me. That's fucking obvious, bro. She probably thinks I look like I'm struggling a lot. And like I'm mentally ill or something. Well, yeah, I am struggling, so that's true. Doesn't wanna deal with that. That's fine. It's understandable. Oh well. I really thought that it was like, you know, I don't think I was being like super delusional or anything either. Like I really thought that this was like she liked me back. I know she liked me back, bro. Like seriously. Um. Hmm. Well, yeah, she did like me back, but doesn't really matter now. She probably just gave up and got over me. She won't even reply to any of my messages. I mean, how disrespectful, right? How disrespectful. I haven't even heard from her since she left school. How did I fuck this up so badly, bro? Well, I can't know. I can only guess. 'Cause she won't say anything. I wonder if she ever felt bad for, like, basically leaving me behind. For, like, not saying that she was leaving. Probably not. She didn't give a shit. She's like, fuck these people. Terrible people. Act terrible. Yeah, and you're the worst one because you're weak, right? I'm the worst one because I was weak. It's even worse. It's even worse than being terrible is being weak. Too weak to stand up for our own shit, right? It's always been like that. It's gonna continue being like that, isn't it? Never gonna get over this shit. I was too weak, and that's why I fucked it up. What day is it today? So it's Sunday. Yeah, I was too weak. If I'd have been strong, I could have saved it. I always say like, oh, do we want allowed relationships? That's basically just an excuse. I was too weak, right? I probably wouldn't have gotten expelled. Other people were doing it. Yeah, I know that's right. That's probably close to the railway zone. Yeah, I mean, she kind of gave me false hope as well because she left, you know? Maybe that was payback. Maybe that was like payback for the wasted opportunities. Yeah, I still think about that stuff all the time. Like, if I hadn't have been so weak, I probably could have done something. Isn't it great to have such a weakness and it's so fucking obvious, bro? When you're around people in real life. Like, everyone fucking knows it. You get blamed all the time. Who else are they gonna blame? I don't know. Not themselves, obviously. Who's online? Monkey? The fuck? Shouldn't she be in bed? I need to go to bed. I'm actually up so fucking late, bro. Holy shit, it's almost 2 p.m. I haven't been to sleep since yesterday. I think that's true. I think that's totally true. If I hadn't have been so weak, I could have saved it. I could have saved it. I could have prevented it from ending. I could have stopped it from leaving. She would have stayed, because maybe someone would have supported her at that school. You know? Maybe she had something to stay for. Maybe she didn't think it was worth it, because, like, it wasn't. Why is this lagging out so much? Just let me play the fucking game. Oh my god, why is this piece of shit not working? Open. Oh my god, why is it using up so much? What the fuck is using up all this RAM? That's 1 gigabyte, you kidding me? Close. Close. Yeah, well, she doesn't need me for that anymore, so I guess it doesn't matter. I lost my chance. That's really all I can do. I don't know, maybe it is. It's cold in here, I don't know why. Rockstar, my Wi-Fi cut out for 1 second, okay? 1 second. You don't need to kick me from the game for that, or make me retry everything because you've just decided not to, just to stop working. God damn. No, I don't have strength, bro. I couldn't be what she wanted me to be, so I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, that's something I've had happen many times. And they're usually not even honest about it. They want you to figure it out, because that's what a lot of girls are like. Oh, hooray. Girls don't want to be with weak guys, bro. I always forget how bad social anxiety is when I'm not interacting with people. I totally forget. It totally slips my mind, and I just forget that this is even an issue. Because it's not like a choice that I make. It's just something that happens to me. I don't know why it happens. I think it's always been that way. It's fucking shit. I hate it. Wish I could just not have it. I don't know why it needs to exist. It's insane. Like, I'm trying to work on it, but it's fucking bullshit still. I wasn't there for, right, when I could have been. So, why would I expect her to be there for me? Why would you expect her to not leave when she's got, like, nothing to stay for, bro? I wasn't even being, like, properly supportive when I could have. That's even worse than nothing, bro. It's like false hope. False hope is worse than none, bro. Maybe it's not, but at the same time, it's not a very good thing. It's kind of like what it was to me, though, as well. I mean, she ended up leaving, right? I thought, finally. Friends that I like. You know what happened at the end of the year? They both left. And it was back to, then I got, they both left, and then I got sick. And it was back to the same. Because they weren't there anymore. One guy went back to his home country. And the girl went to university a year early. I don't know how. Assumedly, either they pulled some strings or she was working toward that the whole year and knew what was going to happen and just didn't say. Why would you do that to people, bro? How could you do that? How could you not say, oh, I'm not gonna be here next year? The fuck? Yeah, well, probably because she thought, oh, the people here are really shitty and I don't owe them anything. Right? That makes sense. And then I'd be like the worst of it because I like give a false hope and then betray her multiple times by like not doing anything. I hate having anxiety, it's fucked. Why does it exist? I remember I was walking to the school office one day, and she was like sitting on a bench alone by herself, eating lunch. And of course, I just like stared and felt anxiety. Yeah, what? It's not like. What do you think? You think, oh, I should go and sit with her, right? What do you do though? You get anxiety, and then you just keep walking. You stare and then you keep walking. You don't know how many times I've done that shit, bro. I can't even like. It's like so frequent. You just keep walking, right? Yeah, I bet she knew. It's even worse. Makes you look like you don't have a conscience. Drive people insane, right? It's like, you know, if you cared, you would sit with her, right? But if you don't sit with her, clearly you don't care. Or is it something else? Well, it was always something else, right? It's fucking always something else. It had to be, right? Yeah, I didn't want to get rejected as well. Oh well, I got rejected anyway. That's ironic, isn't it? You do nothing because you don't want to get rejected, and then you get rejected anyway. For not doing anything, right? It's a lose-lose scenario. It's fucking bullshit. She could have been like, no, go away. Yeah, and I know she wouldn't have. I know she wouldn't have. So why didn't I do it? Because of anxiety. It fucking kills you, bro. Can't think, can't move. It's like physical. What's another time? I don't even know. I would just not even talk that much. Like it was still way better than when I was with other people, but I would just not say much. She like talked to me and I like barely talk back. No one wants to deal with that shit, bro. You just be imagining all these like hundreds of conversations in your head as well. That's what I used to do. To find my life, bro. Having anxiety. Social anxiety. When I was in school. Used to define my life. And yeah, in retrospect, I barely even think about it. I barely even think about it. It's weird. I barely think about it. I just think about these scenarios in which I didn't do anything, and I think, why? Why didn't I do anything? It's pretty much all anxiety, bro. I feel like being scared of losing people is like a big motivator for anxiety, right? Um, but you see, if I'd known that she was going to leave, maybe I would have acted differently. I'm pretty sure I would have. Couldn't even do anything. She just left. It's like that's that's crazy, bro. Like if I'd known she was gonna leave anyway, maybe I would have acted differently. Could have been different. So fucking stupid, bro. Like, if it had been one of my friends sitting on the bench alone, I probably would have gone and sat with them, right? Why couldn't I do that for someone that I was, like, liked a lot then? It's fucking bullshit. Maybe I was being too delicate or something. Probably. What does that mean? Fragile, breaks easily. Like, maybe I was being too delicate in how I treated her or something. You know, you think, oh, if I interact with her, she's gonna break or something. So you get scared. It's like, did I have anxiety because, like, she was mean to me? No, she was never mean to me. So it wasn't from that. Did I expect her to be mean to me? Not really. She was a nice person. To me, at least. I don't know. Always to me. Um, Maybe I was being too careful with her. Maybe I should have treated her with more respect and, like, regard. Or, like, the, like, I don't think she was weak. Like, I kind of respected her. I mean, I still do. More or less. Maybe I'm being too delicate. It's the definition. Easily damaged. sensitive. I gotta go to bed. Hmm. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. What was I thinking? Can't wait to get kicked out when my for streaming. I wanna be on the streets, bro. You know, my parents said to me once, "Oh, you'll always have a placer." And then after they sent me to the mental hospital, they wouldn't let me come back home. So I got stuck in there for like 2 months. Because they were keeping me there because I didn't have anywhere to go. That's so bullshit. And then they sent me to this fucking like Christian mental health bullshit as it had like this fucking textbook of rules. What the fuck was that shit? And they wanted you to do chores and cook multiple times a week? Get the fuck out of here. You guess how much it was? $400 a fucking week. That's all my money, bro. All my fucking money. They get you some food, but like, holy shit, that's fucking terrible. That's fucking terrible. I was there for a day, and then I had severe side effects to my fucking injection medication that they gave me, which is like a high dose. And I'm like, my body was fucking locking up. I couldn't breathe properly. Then they sent me back to the mental hospital. I guess my parents felt bad. My parents felt bad and they let me stay at home. Uh, God, they're awful. Holy shit, bro. They were making me sign a fucking contract for that place as well. Like a proper fucking contract with a signature. Jesus Christ. All these fuck ass rolls. There's so many rolls. Holy shit. Is it gonna play the next track? The fuck is this? White Veil Communion. That's phrasing in him. A weird ass music video. I hate NPCs, bro. Get off the road. There's not even anyone here. How's there nobody online? It's like middle of the day on fucking Sunday. How is there nobody online? Bro, I literally have to go to fucking bed. I'm gonna wake up at like 11 p.m. at this point. I don't feel that tired though. Maybe she just wants me to be real with her or something. Not be so sensitive, you know? Yo, this is an album. Ah. Tall poppy syndrome is so fucking obvious, bro. Like, seriously. Like, pretty much all New Zealanders and Australians do it. It's pathetic. Honestly, I get so tired of these people. Fucking woke. Fucking losers. They don't even try, and then they talk shit about people who do. Go fuck yourself, retard. Nobody fucking asked. Degenerate. Why is there fucking moan in the song? Uh, fucking hell, bro. Maybe she just wants me to be real, though. Maybe she doesn't like the delicate, sensitive shit that I put on for her. Or in general. Maybe she wants me to treat her like I treat, like, a guy that I know. Like, be real. It's sensitive stuff isn't not real, it's just different though. Maybe she doesn't like it. Maybe she doesn't, maybe it seems manipulative, you know? Possibly. I like this one. What's this called? This music video is fucked, bro. Sounds fucking goated, bro. I should start. I should start doing this shit to make money, bro. Uh, maybe I'm thinking of the word divine. Too divine. Verb. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Discover by intuition or insight. So, uh, couldn't you say that being a diviner is like discovering by intuition or insight? Like, diviner of something, does it have to be water or minerals? And that seems like a very specific example. Anyway. It's fucking cold in here. How is it colder now than it was before? I don't understand. It's so cold in there, I need to put my jacket on. What the fuck? He sniped me. Didn't I just kill that lady? It's cold. Alright. I like the kind of a cold vibes. It's quite cold. What does that look like? My mom would hate that shit. Honestly. She'd probably freak out. Ew, ew. That's what she's like. Ew, ew. Come on. Let's play this gun. Where's the rest of that music? Let me scroll. What the fuck is that, bro? Why am I in a Prius? Oh, this is boring. Hmm. I'm so bored of this game, honestly. It's so boring. So sick of it. Oh, the police took my car. Gotta call the assistant, get it back again. Come on. Oh my god, bro. Waste of time. I should be doing something else. I need to go to bed. I'm getting really tired. Damn, I've been streaming for 6 hours since this morning. Oh yeah, Moist Critical. I love getting my news from some retard YouTuber. Well, but he's relatable though. That's all that matters these days. Um... I need to get off. Alright, I'm getting off now.